odd. Yeah, okay, I don't know why 2 days in a row I've had to, like, reset the video. It's never done that before, but oh well. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Dragon Age Inquisition with Chaos Counseling. Um, we're still just kind of chipping away side quests. That's really kind of what we're doing today, so let's just kind of keep it going. Let's see, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I don't think, we didn't exactly do anything story related last time. For better or for worse, this is a very packed game. There is a lot to do. Which I know some people don't like, because some people feel like, well, there's a lot to do, it doesn't have a ton of variety, which, that's actually a fair criticism of this game. I still like it, but again, I'm not going to pretend like it's not a perfectly valid criticism. Anywho, like I said, we're just kind of going to keep just chipping away at the side quests.
Nothing to report, sir.
So yeah, just to catch up, we are currently in the Western Approach. How do I want to go about this? I know I've got all this stuff down here, but I think we're actually going to keep heading north. Mostly because there is an operation that I'll need to do up this way in order to gain access to the full of the Western Approach. So I want to get that operation available so that because I once again, I dispatched, Cullen, Joe. I dispatched them before I started the stream. And we are kind of getting down to the point where most of, like, the new story relevant quests or operations are done. So all the dispatching I can do is, like, gather resources, which I still need. That's not in and of itself a bad thing per se.
There must be something here.
But
So at least they are fresh. Although I doubt the High Dragon will care.
But yeah, point I'm getting at is I want to have that operation available, since I physically can't finish exploring the Western Approach until after that operation is completed. So if I'm going to actually finish what I'm doing here, I need to have that squared away. Or maybe let me phrase it. If I'm going to complete this map, I need to have everything squared away. I think you guys know what I meant. You guys are very smart. You can interpret my mad ramblings quite effectively. Thought. Okay. Yeah, we're actually going to kind of ignore the keep. We're still going to kind of go up and around. I know relatively where I need to go to get the operation I need, so I'm kind of just going to go straight there while kicking some ass along the way. Hello, goodbye. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night. Do 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 do. Wait, hold on. Actually, if I remember correctly, there's an operation I can do here that I need to take care of. So let us... I might need to put the flag on the other side of this, but no, I think I can take care of it. Yeah, I can take care of it.
We cannot
here.
continue. The fumes are toxic.
Yep.
Someone at Skyhold will have a solution.
Let's see, I'm trying to remember. Is this a gate I can open on this side, or is this another one that... This might be another one that I have to open from the other side. Yeah, I think so. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, so... We'll start trickling in. Like, Josephine should be about maybe 4 or 5 minutes behind these two. So... Yeah, so up there on the left, that's one of the few forts that we can capture in this game. And I'm not going to lie, I do actually really wish that fort capturing, there was a bit more of that in this game, because I only can remember 3 forts that you capture. I'm pretty sure there's more, it's just, again, I only remember 3. And I don't know. I know, like, capturing forts is, like, not that, you know, intuitive of a mechanic, arguably, because it's just, oh, same thing on repeat, but I don't know. It's something I've always liked doing in games. And I remember when I first played this game, it's like, get the phoenix feathers, or whatever. I'm like, wait, there's phoenixes in this game? And then so I'm like, oh, it's like those raptor thingies that are called phoenixes in this universe, which I'm like, that's a shame. I mean, they're cool looking, but as someone whose favorite mythical creature has been the phoenix for a very long time, I was kind of hoping to see a more actual, you know, mythological phoenix in this world, but at the same time, not a big deal. Okay, so I can't even get that dragon sign until I've taken care of this operation. Good to know. What the... Wait a second. Where is the... I thought I should be able to put... Maybe I can't do that operation until after I take the fort? Perhaps? I guess we'll do that. Sorry, now I'm curious. Yeah, possibly. That, or I've got to do this operation to reduce the toxic fume. I'll do a different operation there? Perchance? I don't know. I'm slightly confusion. Technically it can. It's just you're skilled enough to, you know, whip around it so that it's very unlikely it will hurt you. I don't want to fall out of there because that's pretty sure that's out of bounds. So yeah, I could climb in the fort from there, but there is a specific side entrance that I always forget is there. So I've never actually used it to gain access to the, you know, to the fort. I usually just either break down the front door, which I think you can do. I mean, if I can't, my bad. Or I go in that side entrance, but... Or I think you can technically hop the wall right there. If you're persistent enough. Oh, I just, like, walked right into these guys. Alright, let's take care of them, and then we can be about our business. Solus, if you don't mind. Yeah, that bucket needs to be able to go, oh, and you just dropped some dead bodies into your drinking water. That's going to end well for everybody. Uh-oh. Stream, are you okay? You keeping up? Do you need some water? Got out of range.
I believe I sense one of the artifacts of my people.
Hey, fuck bucket. Get fucked. Fuck.
Shall we knock?
Wait,
my
wait,
guest.
what? Where did they go? What? Ah,
Good. That should help strengthen the veil.
did he just glitch out of existence? What's happening? Who am I kidding? This is hardly the glitchiest game I've ever streamed, or heck, even just played casually on the channel. No live stream involved. It's like, I've had this game, like, historically speaking, I've had this game crash on me more than I've had, like, glitches on it, outside of, oh, who am I kidding? What was it, in, like, the second stream that we did of this game? When the Inquisitor's arm, you know, broke and got put on backwards or whatever, but yeah, I will say this is, of all the Dragon Age games I've played, this is the one that's crashed on me the most. Okay, it looks like my axe is actually, you know, graphically loading this time around.
How long can they keep this up?
I don't know. Probably as long as we can.
Here, Inquisitor! I am ready to serve!
Okay. I'm gonna cut you with my axe, and I'm gonna serve you to the dragon. That good with you? Ah, of course it is. You're a good sport.
I join your glory.
You know, you guys could have come over and helped your friend, leader, whoever, but you didn't. You chose not to. You sat on your thumbs, and now your leader's dead. I really hope you're satisfied with your career choices.
Well, Inquisitor, you want your very own fort in the middle of nowhere?
It has water and a good tactical location.
Alright, I got dibs on this place. Yeah, I know that narratively speaking... Hello, Alif. But yeah, I know narratively speaking, one of the forts we occupy in Ferelden, which, yeah, because, like, the next place we gotta go for story reasons is, like, I don't know what the whole area is called, but it's near the village of Crestwood. We end up occupying a fort that ends up narratively being somewhat of a problem for us in the Trespasser DLC.
But the keep's water supply has been... I'll prepare the troops for inspection at once.
Sweet.
What's wrong with the water supply?
The fort's well is full of garbage. Blasted Venatori threw corpses.
I'm really glad someone's
There's
calling
an
that out.
oasis nearby, but a Vargist claimed it. Doing a decent job of keeping us away too. 4 soldiers have already fallen to venom and claws. We'll need reinforcements to drive the monster out.
What can you tell me about the Darkspawn?
The Darkspawn seem to have emerged since we... I've warned the troops not to engage unless absolutely necessary. We have to find whatever hole the monsters came from and seal it.
Report, Captain. What's the
I've had scouts investigate that route. I don't think anyone's getting into that cave anytime soon.
We haven't met, have
Is there a
we?
plan
What's your
Pokemon
name,
Scarlet
soldier?
gets
Where have
played?
you served?
If you mean, is there a plan, like, for what team I'm gonna have Edgelord use? Yes. But if you mean something else, could you specify?
Commander Cullen offered me a
Because, like,
job
if you're just asking about the team, I could, like, pull up the list Abby drew up for Edgelord right now and tell you if you're curious.
How is the Inquisition
When
treating you so far,
whenever it
Captain?
wins the poll.
Good work. Some of it's batty, but I'm always
yeah,
glad
so
to be doing something useful, Inquisitor.
currently, since we're currently
There's
playing
no shortage
Persona,
of things that need
that's
repaired,
sadly
shored
going to
up,
take a
or
while because
just a
Persona
good
3 is a
bucket of
long
water
game.
dumped on them.
But Pokemon
Carry on.
Scarlet is, I mean, honestly, it's kind of been perpetually on all of the Edgelord polls, mostly because, well, I want to play it, and, I don't know, with the rate that Pokemon games come out, I kind of want to make sure that they're still on the list so that I can play them when they still have, like, an online community. Since oh dear, let us try that again. Since, like, with Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Scarlet, people can play together to, well, I mean, more so in Scarlet than Sword, but I know some people, that's, yes, 1 second. But yeah, since I know there is a desire for some people to play with Edgelord, so I want to play those while there is still, you know, online support for it. Okay, let's see, that's Pokemon, let's go, it's Ruby. Here we go. The planned team for Edgelord to use for Scarlet is Ceruledge, King Gambit, Low Kicks, Tickatongue, Meowscarade, and Veluza. I'm sure I'm saying that last one wrong. But yeah, that's the team that Abby has planned for Edgelord. And honestly, I'm kind of excited since, well, Meowscarade is probably my favorite starter from that generation, so happy happy to use that one. I've wanted to use a Tinkaton for a while. I just didn't have room for it when I played through it on my own time. And I mean, I know Low Kicks isn't that good of a Pokemon, but I gotta be honest, I have kind of been looking forward to the... Wait, what? Wait. Hold on. Is that what I think it is? I think it is. I know I don't use a Sword and Shield, but oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a shame. A hint I'll give you is get a fire type before the first gym. Plan is weak to bug. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever gotten that weapon, but that's cool. Again, I think the sad thing is that I don't think it's actually all that good. Although I think that sword's going to be good for Bull. But, jeez. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, that's lower, but that is a ton of buffs. I definitely want that. Yeah, I know, and sorry, like I was saying, I know low kicks is not that great of a Pokemon, but it's like, I'm pretty sure it's a Common Rider reference. And so it's like, okay, since Kamen Rider was the original, you know, series that inspired Super Sentai, which subsequently inspired Power Rangers, I'm like, okay, it's Power Ranger Grasshopper, and I love Power Rangers, so I'm excited to use that, even if I know it's probably not going to be very good. But yeah, I think out of all the teams, Abby is... Low Kicks is kind of the generic, like, bug. Because, like, you know, a lot of the regions introduce, like, a bug Pokemon you can get early on. You know, just kind of emphasize, oh, this is, like, meant to be an easy Pokemon you can catch early on. You know, kind of like Caterpie or Weedle in Gen 1, Wurmple in Gen 3. I'm trying to remember what the one in Gen 4 was, because all I'm thinking is Mothin. But Burmy is not an easy Pokemon to catch, so I don't know if that's true. If that's Scatterbug in Gen 5. Yeah, I don't think Gen 6 invented a new one, because I think you could get both Burmy and Weedle, I think? It was Weedle or Caterpie pretty early on, and they just filled that role in Gen 6. But yeah, it's a cricket, basically. Cricket or grasshopper. I don't know which one it's supposed to be, but it's... Yeah, it's a cricket or it's a grasshopper. Yeah. Aesthetically, I really like it. Stat-wise, yeah, not so much. But at the same time... Yeah. But at the same time, stats aren't everything, and... Now, Abby has... So, Abby actually kind of drew up 2 teams for Edgelord to use. In Scarlet, there's going to be that team that I just mentioned. That's going to be their primary team. But I do plan on doing both the DLCs for Scarlet because, well, unlike Sword, they both are packed with story and are honestly pretty interesting. But holy hell. The Elite Four, or at the very least the Champion Battle in the second DLC is brutal. So Abby drew up a second team for Edgelord to assemble, specifically because, like, one of the Elite Four members makes you use a team of Pokemon you catch in the new area. So she's like, okay, here's the team you're going to use for that. And here is, and she made them a bit more
The fumes are toxic.
competitively viable, in order to cope with just, again, how difficult just in order to, you know, make things easier on me, because of how, again, challenging that champion fight was. Because when I did that champion fight just on my own, makes one with okay moves. Yeah. Because when I did that champion fight on my own, just in my own playthrough, yeesh, that was brutal. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I had, you know, played Scarlet just so much, I had accumulated so many max revives, I don't think I would have won. Although, admittedly, that has to do with the fact that... So I'm like, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Again, I wish every single Pokemon could be competitively viable in its own way, but I acknowledge there's a reason why certain Pokemon are harder to get than others. I should probably talk to Vivian because I finished one of her war table things. But I don't want to talk to Vivian because I hate Vivian. What's the word I'm looking for? But part of the reason I struggled so much is admittedly I made a number of not great decisions with my team. Again, I didn't really pay attention to their nature because that wasn't something I cared about. But, yeah. Because, like, yeah, I think in that fight, I think if it wasn't for the fact that I used a Garchomp, I don't think I ever would have beaten that. Because my Garchomp basically carried my team. Excuse me. Excuse me. Not yet. Because, let me think, another example. My fire Pokemon in that playthrough was a Galdean Tauros. Because Tauros has always been one of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 1. Ever since me and Abby's sister did a normal egg lock. For those who don't know, basically what we did is that we just bred a bunch of normal Pokemon, put their eggs in a box randomly, and then anytime we caught a Pokemon, we would trade the Pokemon we just caught. Like, again, Nuzlocke rules, but we would then trade our Pokemon for one of the eggs. So we would just randomly get a normal Pokemon.
What's the next phase?
And I got a Tauros, and Tauros literally carried me through to the end. Because Abby's sister got wiped out in like the third or fourth gym, but yeah, Tauros carried me through the whole game. So yeah, I wanted this new Tauros. I'm like, okay, I want to use him, and I specifically am like, let's get the one that's part fire. Well, unfortunately, yeah, even though it was firefighting, it's definitely was built more around being a fighting type. What's Pokemon you would like to at least try? Well, honestly, I've been playing Pokemon since literally Generation 1. I feel like every Pokemon I want to, like, try, I have in some way, shape, or form, you know? Because...
Alright.
yeah, I'm trying to think. Now, obviously, I haven't had as much, free time in recent years, just because, you know, I'm a grown-ass adult working a very long, very hard job. I don't have the free time to just play through over and over. So a Pokemon I'd like to
Let's see what we have.
try. 'Cause, yeah, it's for the most part... Because, yeah... I suppose I've never really had the opportunity to use a Nidoqueen before. And I always enjoy, like, Nidoking was always my favorite well, not always, but was one of my favorite Pokemon as a kid, so...
Where'd you learn to hammer?
that would be kind of nice. I do know that Abby has drawn up the use for me that has got a Nidoqueen on one of my teams for Edgelord, because that's kind of the reason why Abby does draw up teams for me to use as Edgelord. Is she's like, this way it's fun because she can make sure that I'm using Pokemon I've either never used before or I might not use normally. That way it's like, hey, this way you're not just playing a game that you've always played, you're actually experimenting with it, if you know what I mean, which I actually greatly appreciate. It's why I do feel a little bad, like when I streamed Radiant Pearl, when I streamed Pearl, basically, I ended up didn't end up using 2 of the Pokemon Abby decided for me to use. And while that ended up being a good thing, because, wow, Shining Pearl's Elite Four is brutal. And if I had used the water Pokemon she had initially picked for me, I don't think I would have beaten that game. And to be fair, Abby and I did kind of collectively agree that maybe because like she initially wanted me to use a what's it called, the Luxray, a Luxray. The problem is that Luxray in Brilliant Diamond, its move pool is abysmal. Which kind of resulted in my Luxray being a hair worthless. I need to pull the sigil off. So we both kind of collectively agreed that it would be okay if I abandoned the use of the Luxray I had. But I did let one of our viewers kind of pressure me into, because another one that Abby wanted me to use was Octillery. There was a reason for that. I won't really get as much into it, but she had a specific reason she wanted me to use a Octillery. But I let one of the people who was watching our streams at the time, because they asked me to name, what was it called? I named a tank, yeah. The ground slug water type, Gastrodon. They got me to name my Gastrodon after them, and they were really like, no, use me in battle, use me, don't use the Octillery, use me, and because, I'm a bit of a people pleaser, and, I want to make sure that you guys are having a lot of fun. I conceded, and I used the Octillery, or not the Octillery, I used the Gastrodon instead of, I used the Gastrodon instead of the Octillery like Abby wanted me to. And Abby did kind of admit that she's like, why? It's like, honey, I put a lot of time and thought into into Edgelord's teams. She felt kind of like I was disrespecting her time by ignoring it. Should give you more information. Oh yeah, totally. Now Abby puts a lot of thought and time into these lists, so she gives me plenty to work with. So yeah, she just kind of admitted that it was like, again, I wasn't respecting her time and effort that she was doing for me. Because again, she was doing it for me. In order to make sure that the Edgelord streams were more fun. So then after that, I'm like, okay. Part of the problem was I didn't make it public Like the edgelord, I didn't publish like the edgelord stream or like the teams I was going to use for edgelord, so I started doing it after that just to make it very clear. This is what we're going for. These are, yeah. So yeah, I think you guys get the idea. Just so there was no confusion as to why I was using certain Pokemon. If you struggle to find a certain move Pokemon, I can help out. Yeah, I appreciate that. But, like, another reason I do regret letting that particular channel member talk me into, you know, sticking with the Pokemon I named after them is they ended up becoming a bit obsessive and actually kind of toxic. It's like, honestly, there ended up being one of the few people we had to ban from our YouTube channel because of how problematic their behavior was, especially in regards to just, yeah. It wasn't a great situation, to say the very least. It was actually, I'd argue, a very bad situation. Thankfully, well, I guess I should say, well, they were banned from the channel. They did kind of see themselves out. Because, like, when, they realized that I wasn't going to do nothing but play games they wanted, they kind of abandoned the channel for a bit until it's like, I'm going to leave and then come back when you're playing something I actually want to see you play, which I'm like, you know, fair enough. Like, guys, do not feel obligated you have to watch every single thing, every single piece of media we put out. If I'm playing a game that just doesn't interest you or I'm boring you, cool. I'll see you next time. I hope I can eventually do something that does interest you. Like, again, I love having you here, but I don't ever want you to feel like you're obligated to be here. You know? Anyway. What ended up happening is because, like, I remember at one point, I did eventually play Pikmin 4 with edgelord, but it looked like I was going to play Pikmin 4 with edgelord, and this person was like, yeah, are you looking forward to being a tiny little guy? I'm like, well, Pikmin 4 hasn't won yet. So, yeah, but it's like one vote off, it's totally gonna win, and then actually it didn't. Like, in the last 2 days of the poll, Pokemon Snap ended up coming from behind and winning instead. Which I actually know for a fact I have probably hacked Pokemon. You know, that is totally fine. We're not doing anything, like, I've never engaged in any of the competitive scene. I don't judge hacked Pokemon. Yeah, the prismatic Great Axe is probably still better, don't you think? But I did go out of the way to craft this one. Nah, the prismatic Great Axe is more iconic, so I'm going to keep using the prismatic Great Axe. You can have this weapon that I forged. So that means we don't need this. We don't need that. But yeah, when they, like I said, they basically abandoned the channel because they're like, oh, Pokemon Snap is like the worst spin-off of a Pokemon game ever. Why are you playing that? Basically just being a bit of a bitch. Yeah, they were just being incredibly rude about the whole situation, but whatever, I can deal with that. But then, you know, they just abandoned the channel, which again, that's fine. Again, that's not the problem. Oh, I should give that to Solus since he's the mage who uses ice. But when I started streaming Pokemon Sword, they just turned up in the chat after just, you know, not being around for quite a while. Which again, that's not in and of itself a problem. I'm not complaining about them just only showing up when they want to. Again, not the issue. It's when they show up in Pokemon Sword saying, "Hey, my favorite Pokemon is in this game, and you don't have a fighting type on your team." I'm like, yes, but I have a list that I'm following because I guess again, I do make Abby's lists public every time that I start streaming a new Pokemon game. I do have a low kicks, but it's level 52, but it's shitty. Oh, but it's shiny. Oh, nice. Shitty. I'm an idiot. So when they saw that their favorite Pokemon wasn't on the list, and I flat out told them, no, we are sticking to the list this time, they left the stream, unsubscribed, left the Discord, and you know what? I'm okay with that. It's like, honestly...
If you've got questions, I'm your dwarf.
It's hard.
Carry on.
As well, we did eventually... Oh, it was your first shiny. Nice. My first shiny was actually a Wormpole back in Ruby. Or, no, I got it in Emerald, but that generation. Abby's first shiny was she actually got a black
We'll talk later.
Dara.
Camerupt back in Ruby and Sapphire. Okay, I guess technically my first shiny was the red Gyarados from Silver and Gold, but I don't count that. Because you get it for story reasons, you know? Anyway. Because I like to include, but yeah, it's like, it was hard, because on the one hand, I'm a people pleaser. And I am always so grateful to have you guys here.
I'm pleasant.
Like, I really consider myself, you know, blessed and, you know, fortunate. The fact that we have an audience at all. The fact that, well, it's not a huge audience. The fact that we have like 5 semi-regular people often stopping into our streams every once in a while just to chat. Because again, if our channel was bigger, I wouldn't be able to actually like chat with you guys on
Nothing
stream.
right now.
Can I tell you the list again? Of course. Ceruledge, King's Gambit, Low Kicks, Tinkaton, Meowscarade, and Veluza. And yeah, Abby and I knew it's like, okay, actually this was one of the ones I insisted on. It's like, okay, Edgelord has to use a King's Gambit. Because Bisharp has always been a Pokemon that's like, this kind of screams Edgelord. And this is the game that introduced the evolved form of Honedge. Or not Honedge, Bisharp. So, yeah, that was one that I insisted upon. And I'm very happy that I'm going... I guess that's a Pokemon I'd love to use. Is I've always wanted to use a Bisharp. Or... I think that's its name. I have a Tinkatuff at level 39. Nice. But it's just, I've never had room for it due to reasons. Usually the reasons is I've got a different dark Pokemon or a different steel Pokemon in my party, since steel and dark have often... Well, steel, at the very least, has historically been one of my favorite types. Nowadays, Bug is my favorite type, but the point I'm getting at is that it's a Pokemon I've always wanted to use, but never have. So I am looking forward to actually using one when I get to that one. Plus, I was just playing through Pokemon Violet, so I played through my main Pokemon Scarlet, and then just for fun, I did a file on Pokemon Violet and just played through the game again just to experience both. And I actually caught a shiny Pawniard. And Abby like, perfect. This is... And we traded it off and traded it around. I'm like, this is going to be the Pokemon that
Thank you for
edgelord
seeing me in
uses.
private, Minister Belize.
Okay, the
I chastise you
The
for taking me from the
armor
party,
on the
Inquisitor, but
arms
the
looks
Marquis
very
does such
different in the
dull
light.
affairs. It's hardly worth it. I assume you wish to discuss your petition to elevate these
Have a plant
two
type on the
parakeets
team.
to a
Yes,
minor lordship.
the Meowscarade. I'm going with the
Tell me,
grass cat for
why
edgelord
should
starter.
I allow you to pollute the Orlesian nobility
Now again,
any further than it
I know
already
that
been muddled?
normally in the past I've let people vote on which starter edgelord should end up with. The reason why in these last 2 streams we didn't do that is because Abby and I both agreed that Ceruledge made too much sense for edgelord not to use, so that covered the fire type. And Abby thought that Veluza being like a torpedo, nice, really fit edgelord, so that kind of checked off both the a water type and a fire type, so that's why I got Meowscarade. And then in Sword and Shield, shoot, what was edgelord's team in that one? It was kind of one of those, it's like edgelord had to use the rabbit for character reasons, so Abby was like, hey, you have to use a Trevenant in Sword because it'd be funny to make edgelord use a tree, so that covered the grass type. Then what was the water Pokemon that Abby was like, no, you have to use this one? Shoot, what was Gillispeed, because it's an edgy bug. So, but after we're done with Scarlet, I only could write Weed Cat. Nice. I'll scream Weed Cat. That's pretty funny, yeah. But after that, like every other Pokemon game I have planned to stream as edgelord, with the exception of Pokemon Let's Go Eevee, because you have to use Eevee as a starter, I'm gonna let you guys vote on it, so you guys can decide which starter edgelord we'll get. Like, we will be going back to that. It's just Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet, there was just such specific teams Abby thought were just so perfect for edgelord, it kind of ended up. And she didn't want to force me to have 2 fires, 2 waters, etc., since especially in some of the harder stuff in the game, you need good coverage. Now, admittedly,
Surely,
I didn't
the
have a
monsters would be
fire
worse than have the Inquisition
Pokemon in my
attack.
team
I
for
have a well-positioned woman.
Diamond
I
and
require
Pearl,
something more concrete
but that's
than vague
because
promises of
Turtwig
future
won the
gifts.
poll, and there is
And do not
shit
attempt
fire
to
choices
charm me.
in Diamond and Pearl.
I am far too
Now, we
old
did
to
eventually
tolerate
find out, I'm like, wait, how
What
you can get
can you
Houndoom in
possibly
the Grand
provide that will make
Underground
your
in Diamond and
position worth
Pearl,
my effort?
but ultimately we both kind of agreed that using the Giraffe egg would probably be better for me in the long run. And you stream it, I will trade you one, which fits edgelord if you don't have. Use it, but it fits. Okay, that's fine with me. Oh, Colton's ready to report.
Diplomatic connections that reach far beyond the boundaries of Valreo, perhaps.
I might make use of your ambassador. The Montiliers aren't what they were, but at least they're from proper stock.
Christ, I hate
Arrange for me to be
nobles.
introduced to the court of Antiva. I hear winter is most pleasant by their sea. Very well, Inquisitor. Should you fulfill this bargain, I shall
But yeah, the armor
raise the
color,
Dupaquets
like the
into
color of the
rich.
armor on the Inquisitor's arms, that looks very different in direct sunlight. But yeah. Like, if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm actually surprised in this last poll that we did for edgelord that Pokemon wasn't actually a runner-up for second place, because normally, anytime there's a Pokemon game, it's in the top 2. Like, I know that some people have even said maybe I should stop putting as many Pokemon games on the edgelord polls, but I really, like, streaming Pokemon as edgelord is one of my favorite things. Like, it's one of my favorite games to stream as edgelord. And 2, there are so many of them that I'm like, I kind of need to get through them quickly because of how quickly they come out. Now, I have been debating, once I'm done with Inquisition, should I know that what it was planned that according to my schedule, the next game I know I talked about this yesterday, but not everyone who was here yesterday was
I must return to Valrayo to see that everything is in order.
yeah. Not everyone who was here today was here yesterday, but the next in my kind of rotation would be a Tales game, and since the remaster of Tales of Xillia comes out next week, and I've stated many times, Tales of Xillia is a wonderful first Tales game for anyone looking to get into the series. So it'd be nice to throw some spotlight on that one, because again, it's very good. It has some problems, but it is still very good. But by the same token,
Inquisitor.
should I stream Pokemon Legends ZA next? And don't get me wrong, I would absolutely stream it as myself, and then do an edgelord stream at a later date as it, since... yeah. Just because it's topical. Plus, if I'm being perfectly frank, I have thoughts about that game. Or it's like, should I stream Digimon Time Stranger? Since that's also topical. And I did stream the demo of that game. I don't know. I'm on the fence. Especially since after I'm done with, the Tales game, I've got next would be a Sonic game, and I did buy Sonic Colors specifically to stream it, and I've had Sonic Unleashed sitting on my shelf for almost a decade at this point, because I bought that way back when the channel was still pretty new, because Flaze and I wanted to do more Sonic games for the channel. I mean, hell, we wanted to do Sonic 06 back in the day, but never got around to it. I did get to it, and oh my god, my psyche will never be the same again after that torture. But what's what I'm looking for? So I don't know. It's hard because I don't have enough time in the day to do everything that I want to do for the channel, and it's, yeah.
What is it?
It does make me sad. But what can you do? I mean, hell, the fan service games, I got so many of those games. I found them all dirt cheap on eBay. But it's like, I kind of want to get to those, since again, I want to justify me purchasing those. Especially since, I gotta be honest, so I have 3 of the Dead or Alive Extreme games, and those are gonna, the first, like, Dead or Alive Extreme 2 and Dead or Alive Extreme 3, those are gonna be one-off streams, because I'm like, there is not enough in those games, to my understanding, to justify a full playthrough of those games. Plus, I don't want to... I mean, to be perfectly frank, I think I can actually give since I have played Dead or Alive Extreme 2 at one point, technically speaking, I can just give my thoughts on those games without actually doing them for the channel, but I digress. Words. I know them. But the third Dead or Alive Extreme game that I have, it's like it looks like it's a dating sim or something. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of intrigued. Cause it's like, it's like, that's not a terrible decision. It's like, the Dead or Alive Extreme series has been facing extreme backlash over the years, and rightfully so, from just different, feminist groups and just people who actually like games that are in good taste. So that's a way to kind of repurpose it, is you can still keep the premise of the Dead or Alive, female characters going on vacation, but like make it an actual dating sim. At least that's what it looks like it is to me. So I'm genuinely curious to check that one out. Actually, maybe next time when I do the next poll for the fan service games, I should just go straight to that one, since, like I said, I technically don't actually need to stream the other two to give my thoughts on it, because I know they're trash. And then, oh, I'm not gonna lie, the game X-Blades, I'm like, I really want to stream that one. So I do kind of hope that one wins, because I've told this story many times, but it still fills me with glee. A lot of the games, just again for context, that I got for that stream were old Xbox 360 games. And due to the fact that my Xbox 360 is no longer compatible with my internet provider, I always, anytime I get an Xbox 360 game, I always plug it into my Xbox and play it for a few minutes just to make sure it's going to run. Since I no longer have access to day one updates to old 360 games. I did that with Sonic 06, I did that with Bullet Witch, so on and so forth. Well, the main X-Blades was so laughably bad. Like, within, like, the first 10 minutes of me just turning the game on, I was laughing so hard because of how badly written the main character was. I just immediately turned it off. I'm like, I have to stream this game unspoiled. Like, I need to just record my reactions, because this is one of the worst written characters I have ever seen in my entire life, and it was hilarious. Okay, damn it. Okay. Again, man, didn't have this issue yesterday, sadly, but I'm having it right now. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break so I can use the restroom. But we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Once again, I appreciate your patience. Yeah, again, like I said, I was okay yesterday, but my body has been acting up in the morning. Your Pokemon will be German mostly? Okay, cool. Totally fine. If nothing else, it's like perfect. If Edgelord wants to shiny hunt for any reason, then having, like, again, if this is true, if this isn't true, then my bad, but to my understanding from what I was told, that if you breed two Pokemon from different regions, there's like a percentage increase likelihood of getting a shiny. Which is why, like, when I got Wonder traded a shiny Ditto all the way back in X and Y, my sister-in-law was like, hold on to that. And that's what we used. We mostly used that Ditto to breed all the normal Pokemon, or all the normal eggs that we used for that normal lock I mentioned. Definitely give you a jerk one. All the days surging north to the fray, saving the day. What was I talking about? But yeah, I've already got the next Edgelord poll drawn up. It's not publicly posted anywhere or anything of that sort. Mostly because I don't want to have it posted for too long. Or at least public for too long, just because, I don't know. I don't want, because like if I posted it as soon as I started Persona 3, you guys could vote, and then it's like 4 months later is when it finally, actually, happens, if you know what I mean. That's what I'm looking for. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to make you guys wait too long to see the results on a poll I'm asking you guys to partake in, if you know what I mean. If any of that made any sense whatsoever, I freely admit I am rambling a hair. Well, a hair, I always ramble. It's just, my brain is never properly connected to my mouth, I swear. It's gotten me in trouble. But yeah, so for those who don't know, the way I tend to approach edgelord games, sorry, let me take a drink, is if I end up streaming a particularly long game, the next list of games that I do, or that I have as an option, are games that are relatively short, like games that I could feasibly beat in less than 6 streams. And the reason I do that is just so, like, the one streamer I mentioned, or the one member I mentioned earlier that we had to ban, they were a complete bastard to me in regards to Baldur's Gate 3, because I was streaming Baldur's Gate 3 as edgelord, and I think time-wise, I put more time into Baldur's Gate 3 than any game I have ever streamed for the channel ever. And again, because Baldur's Gate 3 is massive. That game is gigantomongous. I think the only game that I'm planning on doing for edgelord that's ever going to come close to the amount of time I put into Baldur's Gate 3 is Xenoblade Chronicles X, which I do actually hope wins the poll at some point. But the thing I kind of realized is, as much as this person was being a little prick, it did make me realize that eventually, people like seeing variety from edgelord. So, after doing a game that's going to take a number of streams. Again, Persona 3 is a big game, and it's going to take a while. And combined with the fact that since Abby can't really get up early on the weekends to do the normal Sunday morning stream, we have to do evening streams on the weekdays, which we just don't have as much time in the evening. So I'll probably, because if you've seen the last 2 Persona 3 streams, they're about 2 to 2.5 hours versus the 4 hours I try to shoot for on the weekend mornings. Anyway, so yeah, the next 10 games that will be in, it's actually kind of nice to know that I have, because for a bit I was worried I was going to run out of games for Edgelord, but now I've got plenty, I'm not worried. But yeah, I have 10 games on this next Edgelord poll. All of them are games that honestly I think I could beat fairly reasonably. Which is funny, because like one of the games I do have on this stream or on this game list was a game that I initially thought, well, like these games are big and will take a while, and it's the first Final Fantasy game. But, and yeah, to be fair, I know Final Fantasy V is shorter than other Final Fantasy games, so maybe this is a bad point of comparison, but the fact that I was able to beat Final Fantasy V as quickly as I was kind of made me realize, I'm like, okay, Final Fantasy 1 is such a basic game, because it is, I mean, I know it's like the father of all modern RPGs or whatever, but it is still pretty basic and straightforward. I'm like, you know what? I think I'm okay leaving that one on the poll for the shorter games, if you know what I mean. I mean, hell. Speaking of shorter, I mean, I beat The Sims 2 Castaway in 2 streams. Now, to be fair, that was partially because I did kind of cheat with The Sims 2 Castaway. Since, yeah, I did use the all resources and all plans cheat. But that was because I know part of the fun of The Sims 2 Castaway is having to gather supplies for survival, but I knew that would get boring on stream, so I did not want to subject you guys to that live on stream, you know? Because, yeah, if you're just playing The Sims 2 Castaway casually, it's fun, and I would definitely play it for real. Albeit, I just wish... I think it was released for Steam, but I don't think it's on there anymore. Maybe. Because all I know is, like, the Wii controls for that game are pretty jank. I don't know. It's one of those things that I would love for, like, a modern game. It's hard. Because I made, like, one of the first games I got for my DS was Lost in Blue 2, because I've always liked the premise of surviving on a desert island or whatever, but
You can't hurt me.
I haven't always been the fan of, like, the different games that do this sort of thing, because, like, Lost in Blue 2 was kind of a pain in the ass. Stranded Deep, I mean, because, like, I want to be clear, Lost in Blue 2 was probably the closest I got to the experience I wanted, but it was just a little too hard in a number of, or it was a little too repetitive and annoying in some places for me to really fall in love with the game. And then The Sims 2 Castaway was a lot closer to what I wanted, but it was a little too repetitive and rudimentary at first, and then became really like, once you get to the third island, the game gets somewhat tedious, because that's when you really need to start grinding for materials, like a lot of materials that was never really something you had to do before. It just kind of loses that sense of exploration, if you know what I mean. Now, one thing that Abby and I do, and we've been meaning to, you know, buy it, do it, whatever, is that there is a new, what's it called? So, the game series Lost in Blue was only called Lost in Blue in English-speaking regions. I think in the original Japanese, I think it was called like Survival Kids. And there is a new Survival Kids game for the Switch too, that Abby and I have been meaning to get and play, because we both played Lost and Blue when we were kids, and we both kind of had a similar feeling of we wanted to love the game, but it was just a little too frustrating to like truly love it. So we do need to play that one and see if this game's cooperative, will this scratch the itch that we were looking for? Because like if we could work together, would it be less annoying now, you know? Because again, that's my big thing, is that it's, you need to, I want one of these survival games that is a good mix of survival without being annoying and frustrating at times, you know? And that's hard. That's hard, because when is it sacrificing realism for convenience, and when is it just too convenient for that it just becomes boring and repetitive? Because for me at least, that was the big problem with The Sims 2 Castaway, is that while it starts great, it does eventually become so easy that the game becomes repetitive and stops being fun. Or let me phrase it, it was so easy at first, you know what I mean. So, where's that sweet spot? And I've yet to find it.
It was a game, but more than a game. It meant he would get a family.
Competition brings passion, Cole. And passion lets people attach import to trivial things.
Why didn't they help at the end?
People wish to accomplish the truly great things on their own.
They didn't give the boy what he wanted.
They did. The boy got a family.
They gave him a new one. He wanted his old one. I would have done it better.
The wise must sometimes give people what they need, not what they want.
Yeah, that's true. So kind of going back to Pokemon Scarlet, I have been seeing leaks, or possible leaks, rumored leaks, of the next generation of Pokemon. And again, if these are again, I have no idea if these are correct or not, but they're like, oh, the next generation of Pokemon is going to be called Pokemon Wind and Waves or whatever. If that does end up proving true, I will probably expedite. I'll probably just say, okay, guys, we're gonna stream Pokemon Scarlet next. Just because, again, I want to be kind of topical with the Pokemon games in particular. And again, I want to take advantage of active player bases when I do these streams, you know? By the way, this Tuesday, just as a reminder, I've posted this on YouTube, on Twitter, and on the Discord, but just as a reminder, this coming Tuesday at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we're going to be doing a special Edgelord stream. So yeah, if you want to check that out, that's when we'll be doing it. Without spoiling it too much, we're gonna be playing a short one and done game that I actually streamed myself for the channel, just because again it was a one and done. And, well, you know what? I don't mind. It's going... Actually, I'm going to just come out and say it just to get you guys excited. It's going to be a stream with multiple versions of edgelord present. Because, like, again, for those who don't know, the idea is that edgelord, anytime they go to a new game, they're reincarnating. So, edgelord, like, each new life is, like, a different version of edgelord at a different point in time. So, I've enlisted the help of Abby and a friend of mine. We're going to be doing this, we're going to be streaming this game with the idea that, you know, something went wrong and multiple versions of edgelord throughout time and space accidentally ended up in the same body at the same time. Because for my birthday this year, I did a edgelord photo shoot called Oops All Edgelords. Or that's what we just entitled it, was Oops All Edgelords anyway. And yeah, I just had a bunch, about 5 of my friends be like, just wear just get whatever costume you want, because again, edgelords reincarnated as so many different things, from sexy elf boys in green tunics to Japanese schoolboys getting beaten to death with a baseball bat, that I'm like, whatever you do is valid. And yeah, we did this idea that all these different versions of edgelord ended up in the same place at the same time by some cosmic fluke. So we're gonna play on that idea again for this live stream. Because yeah, we had some really hilarious variety in that photo shoot. Because, you know, there was me doing my usual edgelord stuff of post-apocalyptic gear and the like. Then we had my friend, the friend in question who's going to be joining us for the stream. She dressed up in kind of like fantasy dragon trainer gear, and even brought her like her dragon puppet she made. Abby dressed up as like a anime cat maid. Another friend of mine, she dressed up as like an assassin, like a femme fatale assassin. A femme fatale assassin, not assassin, my bad. Another one came as a mermaid, which was pretty funny. I mean, she was absolutely gorgeous, and her mermaid outfit is amazing, but it was funny being that that was edgelord. And then my last friend came as like a, you know, stuffy Renaissance noblewoman. Which I'm like, oh, this is so against what edgelord would choose to be that it's perfect. I mean, honestly, I've been playing through Digimon Story Time Strangers, and at this point, like, without spoiling the story too much, I just met Bacchusmon, and I'm like, wait, there's a world tree in this game? Edgelord has to stream this game now, since the reason why edgelord is functionally immortal is they burned down the world tree in their original world. So now they're on cosmic probation to, you know, not destroy any more worlds. Nope. You know what? I already cheated on one of these. I'm just going to cheat again. I've still got the star charts pulled up. Alright, so start up here. So that's 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. No, go away. 7, 8, 9, Oh, it's a doggo. Okay, it's pointing straight to the ground. Everyone get a shovel and start digging. Okay, cool. And I just realized something. I probably should have... I was supposed to go to Val Royeaux to help, like, finish Josephine's quest, not come straight back here. As soon as I'm able to get to this camp, so I've got a quick fast travel back, that is what we will do. I don't remember this. Where does this lead?
Stay on guard.
Huh.
This can't be all of them. There must be more further in. We need to seal that tunnel.
Darkspawn at bay.
The tunnel was opened from the outside. Someone was digging here.
Dumbasses. It's like literally, yeah, I just kind of wanted to get the try, and against this big guy, I thought, you know, this is a good time to do it. Yeah, I do think I'm probably gonna stick with the fuck you wormhole super move instead of that buffing one, just because. Well, then again, the buffing ability might be better in boss fights, whereas the super fuck you wormhole's probably better against grunt enemies. Varric, buddy, you okay? Well, you are now. in here? Yeah, there is. Okay, good. Oh. You know what? Hold on. Let's backtrack and just kind of fill in that dead end. Hello, Darkspawn. Oh, maybe this isn't a short little dead end. Whatever, I stand by coming back to fill this in. Oh, yeah, this is bigger than I thought. Still.
So they were using the giant as a beast of burden.
Wait, what?
Can you
What are
imagine
talking about?
trying to keep it watered out here?
What are you talking about? What giant? Oh, yeah, I knew there had to be a glyph around here. Did I go in here? I don't know if I did. There's nothing in there. Sorry, I was looking down to grab something. So I thought, okay, guy killed, good.
Venatory. They've been excavating. I take it breaking into Darkspawn tunnels wasn't part of the plan.
Darkspawn and Venatory. Aren't we lucky?
Kind of depends on how you define luck, I suppose.
What explains how the Venatori escaped the Darkspawn?
I didn't see that I'd actually activated that defensive stance after I switched it off. Be gone.
The men here were laborers. Someone must have been coordinating their efforts. I doubt they stuck around to fend off Darkspawn. I meant to throw this in the storage chest back at Skyhold. I don't remember if that one is better or worse than... Sarah's bow must have been like a good DLC bow or something like that. That's the only way I can account for why she's just had this just really good set of armor that just has never been topped since equipping it, you know?
Right. Right.
I received a letter from the House of Repose, Your Worship. They acknowledge their contract is null and void. There is no longer a price on my life.
I'm glad you don't have to live your life looking over your shoulder anymore.
I regret we were forced to deal with them. That you were endangered by my part in the game.
That's why the game sucks.
Did I ever mention I used to be a bard?
You were a singer?
Bards entertain the Orlesian court. They sing, play music, make charming conversation, and spy. Many young nobles put on a mask and practice playing the game in such a fashion.
What made you interested in becoming a bard?
I was attending a university in Valroyo when I learned about bards. There was such an air of romance about them. Stories of secrets, trysts, and fascinating people. A group of us, young gentry from Antiva, decided this exciting life was for us.
You seem a bit steady for such an outgoing lifestyle.
The life of an entertainer didn't suit me at all. During one particular intrigue, I encountered a bard sent to kill my patron. We fought. Or perhaps scrapped is the better word. Both of us terrified. We were at the top of a steep flight of stairs. The other bard threw a knife, and I pushed him away from me. You can imagine the result.
You've drawn a clear enough picture.
But it was such a waste, Inquisitor. When I took off his mask, I knew him. We'd attended parties together. If I'd stopped to reason, if I'd used my voice instead of scuffling like a common thug, I'll always wonder who that young man would have grown into.
He seemed willing enough to murder you for the game.
Perhaps. I feel I'm the last to judge whether or not he would have actually used the blade. In all the commotion... Forgive me, I don't believe I ever thanked you for helping me with this.
Hold on to it. Don't lose sight of why you came here.
I will never forget you helped save the House of Montier, Inquisitor. And should you ever visit Antiva, stories of the welcome we'll give you will be told for years.
Yeah, I don't think we ever go to Antiva in this game. Which is kind of a shame, since Antiva is where Zevran's from. So, I think we do go to Antiva in the next game. I could be wrong about that, because we go to so many places in the next game. Ironically, except for I don't think we go anywhere in Ferelden, but given how thoroughly we explored Ferelden in the first game, and how much time we spend in different places in Ferelden in this game, I don't mind the change of scenery.
Inquisitor? It's good to see you.
Let's...
Have you had any trouble with them?
Not at all. I will inform you if that changes.
Inquisitor.
Okay. Wait, no. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is just more gather coin, but... yeah. I am going to be getting close to Cassandra's thing, so I should probably bring her again. Of course. That's funny. Missed it like by that much.
More trained giants. Just what I was hoping never to see again.
Oh, yep. Well, if it makes you feel any better, we're going to be running in a different direction of those things. At least for right now. Oh, okay, I guess we're now heading back to the giant. So, yeah, sorry about that, Varric. Alright, I still haven't charged my focus, so... A little butt much. I should have emptied my pockets and my this guy hold. Let's see. Ooh, plenty of stuff there, but let's go this way first. Okay, I need some more caffeine. Give me 1 second. I'm back. Okay. That should... I think that's all of the rifts here in the western approach, so that's taken care of. Oh, that's another trained giant or something. But I want to get down there and get that gate open, so we're definitely going to have to pick a fight. Right, Cassandra would have... Oh, we all have some points we can spend. Okay. Oh, wait, you don't have any points to spend, Varric. Actually, I should make sure Cassandra's gear is up to, you know, the best we got. Yeah, that's significantly less, but it's also got weight. You know, I'm going to have her use the brand because, yeah, it's significantly less damage, at least in terms of the DPS, but it's got so many other, you know, good buffs, you know. Plus, I freely admit I kind of just want to see someone use that. Come to... Oh, missed. Come to me. Come with me if you want to live. So depending on whether or not we're able to get those, you know, those guts, those Quillbore guts, which frustratingly, I keep not finding what we kill a quill boar. We actually might be able to wrap up everything here in the western approach. I'm thinking, and I'm doing this partially because I freely admit I don't really want to go to the Emerald Graves yet. And I think the other place is like Empress Delore or Delu or something like that. Gotta go there too. I'm really trying to remember if that's the icy place. I really like that place. But I think we might actually head to, I forget like where the area is called, but it's the it's back in Fereld in the area around Crestwood. Because yeah, it advances the story, but it also, alright, that's probably inside the fortress, but it's a whole area to explore, so we can actually do quite a few things there without directly advancing the story just yet. Granted, I'm not outright opposed to advancing the story at this point. Because, again, I love this game, but when you're streaming it and you're very conscientious about how much time you have to play, and then it's like, okay, I won't be able to play this again for another week or whatever, you do start noticing how, I don't want to call it padded per se, because, I mean, again, Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the longest games I have ever played. In fact, yes, while we never beat it, I'd say it was probably the longest game we ever played for the channel, probably only rivaled by Doppelganger. And even then, we had over like 100 plus episodes of Doppelganger. That was back when our episodes were usually no longer than 45 minutes, if you know what I mean. And even then, we tried to shoot for the 20-minute mark at the, you know, back then. 45 minutes was just like, okay, we have a lot of story shit going on, and we don't want to just cut off in the middle of it, if you know what I mean. Like, actually, you know what? Hold on. I want to rough guesstimate that. So, I'm pretty sure we had 124 videos in Doppelganger, give or take. Roughly, I'm going to average it at about 30 minutes each. So, we spent almost 4,000 minutes on Doppelganger. Let's see, I ended up having about 24, if we include the episode that's not listed, episodes of Baldur's Gate 3, and those average between 4 to 5 hours. So let's do 4.5. That can't be right. Hold on. 100 by 30. No? Okay. Now, we spent way more time on Doppelganger? Like, it's not even close. Yeah, I guess. Oh, wait. I know what the problem is. Because that's in hours, so let's times that by 60. Okay, yeah. I realize where I was going wrong, because I was doing minutes for Doppelganger, and I was doing hours for Baldur's Gate. So yeah, I spent nearly 7,000 hours on, or 7,000 minutes. Okay, sorry. So I spent 115 hours on Baldur's Gate 3, whereas Doppelganger, we spent, let's see, times by, and then divided by 60, we spent 62 hours on, yeah, we spent 62 hours on Doppelganger. Roughly, of course. So yeah, I think, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. And I mean, I'm casting a very broad net. So for the sake of determining, you know, how much time we spent on Doppelganger, I just rough guesstimated that each episode of Doppelganger was roughly 30 minutes. And roughly guessed that each stream of Baldur's Gate 3 was roughly 4.5 hours. So, yeah, that's a very broad net. Because, yeah, not every single Baldur's Gate 3 stream was that long. Although I do know, because of how much I was enjoying it, that was one that I was a lot more inclined to stream for as long as I could. Because I really liked Baldur's Gate. It's kind of the same with this game. It's like, I'm definitely trying to maximize the amount of time I can stream these games, because I like this one.
Hear about this? I kind of wish I could see his face when he finds out.
Again, it's kind of funny. So, again, I love the Tales series, but I freely admit that the gameplay loop is very basic and very simple, and it's by design, but it does kind of mean that it isn't... The Tales games are games that I struggle to stream for more than an hour or two at a time. Just because, yeah, they're simplistic to a fault.
Still breathing. He's resilient, I'll give him that.
What are you thinking, Inquisitor?
Have some of the troops bring him in. I'll deal with him back at Skyhold.
It's kind of the same thing. All definitely not as bad. I was kind of looking... When I was working on that edgelord project that will be coming down the pipeline... And I was kind of looking back, like, specifically at, like, the God Eater 3 playthroughs. It's like, they were some of my shortest streams. Again, barring, you know, streams that had unexpected things happening, like, oh, the internet crapped out on us, or, I had an emergency I had to leave unexpectedly for. Like, barring streams where that sort of thing happened, God Eater 3 had some of my shortest streams. And once again, I like God Eater, like, a lot. Like, I have all 3 God Eater games, albeit I barely play... I never was able to finish one, because its gameplay was just a little too simplistic that I got bored with it. And I never got very far in God Eater 2, simply due to the fact that the voice acting, and to my understanding... I couldn't listen to the Japanese voice acting. I had to listen to the American, and the American voice acting, it was... Oh, geez. I don't know what went wrong, but it really kind of felt like when they were in their studio, like in the studio recording it, there just was... I don't know, they just had some problems with their microphones, because just everything sounds crackly and it's just very unpleasant to listen to. And it was too much for me to be able to handle, so I never got very far in the game, which is a shame, because narratively speaking, I actually really liked God Eater 2. I mean, in many respects, because, like, some of the most interesting bits in God Eater 2 were kind of recycled for God Eater 3. Like, again, for those who tuned in... Wait a second. Did I mess up? I think I messed up. Oh, no I didn't. Okay. God Eater 2... Like, so God Eater 3... was, yeah, it was still the origami field shithole from the first game, but now, like, a new breed of origami existed, the ash origami, and they were now, like, the ash storms that were, like, super toxic. If you know, got touched by it, inhaled it, you'd like die super instantly or whatnot, or the crap like that. You were part of like a new breed of God Eater called Ages that were more resistant to the ash, but not completely. Like, it would still very much kill you. Well, in God Eater 2, you still had origami, but you had to deal with the phenomenon called the Crimson Rain, which was like, oh, it's toxic to the touch. Which is like, okay, so basically the ash is kind of something similar. So it's like, but yeah, in God Eater 3, the voice acting was better. I thought the story and setup were more interesting. And, well, quite frankly, the big thing for me is that God Eater 3 had the double blade and the crescent blade. And the double blade in particular for me was such a massive game changer in regards to entertainment value. Because again, I do like the God Eater games, but I'll be the first to admit they get very repetitive. And part of that, in my humble opinion, is kind of how slow the combat can be, depending on what weapon you use, of course. The double blade and the crescent blade remedy a lot of that because they're very fast-paced and very high energy. The double blade in particular. So, just the mere inclusion of that did a lot to alleviate some of the boredom that you run into while playing God Eater. Not completely. It's still, again, the fact that I really could still only stream them for an hour or two at most, I do think is still somewhat indicative of, unfortunately, some of the repetitive nature of God Eater, but still, I still like it. I'm not going to complain too much. It's like, I can acknowledge the faults, because I think when Endangered and I were talking during my Friday stream, we're like, one of the most important parts about truly being able to appreciate a game or a piece of art is being able to recognize where its shortcomings are. Because if you're not able to realize when something is bad or why something's bad, it stunts you as, you know, someone who's able to appreciate. Like, it stunts your own ability to properly appreciate why something's good. And it skews you from being able to, you know, appreciate other things that are good. I know, I'm struggling with words, but here's kind of a prime example of what I mean. Former coworker of mine, he loves cars. Loves cars. Like, that was their hobby. Like, that was their passion. And they, like, saved up, like, their life savings so they could buy their dream car, which they did. And sadly, they spun out on the road. They spun off on the road last winter and totaled it. It was really heartbreaking. I truly feel so bad for my former coworker. But because of how much he loved cars, he's like, oh yeah, the original the first couple Fast and Furious movies are fantastic movies. I'm like, no. Dude. They're not fantastic movies. Oh yeah, yeah they were, especially compared to like the newer ones doing all these like physics-defying stunts. It's like, it used to just be about the cars. I'm like, yeah, no, I get that. And you could say that they were fantastic movies if you're a car enthusiast, but it's like, but the Fast and the Furious movies were never good movies. It's the same thing with the Michael Bay Transformers films. None of them are good movies. They are entertaining movies. They are a good way to waste an hour or two. But they're not good. And that's the thing, is that it's like, okay, Fast and Furious are mindless. They have no real plot, no great characterization. It's just mindless action. And that's true with most of the Transformers movies, except for Transformers 1, which is, of course, the one that bombed at the box office. Fuck all of you. That movie is amazing. If you guys haven't seen Transformers 1, check out Transformers 1. It is good. It's, in many ways, people could say it's like a watered-down version of Transformers Prime's Megatron and Optimus's relationship, but at the same time, we only ever see Transformers Prime, Optimus, and Megatron's relationship in flashback, so the fact that we actually get to see it happen in real time is cool, but I digress. Because, again, there's nothing wrong with liking the Fast and the Furious movies, but if you can't acknowledge that they're bad movies that are just entertaining to watch, it greatly skews your ability to comprehend things that are actually, you know, good, you know, artistic, and of quality. Because, like, just as an example, Citizen Kane is often listed as the greatest movie ever made. And from a filmmaking standpoint, I agree. I do think Citizen Kane is probably one of the greatest movies ever made from a filmmaking standpoint. Here's the thing, though. I can't stand watching Citizen Kane. I find the main character too unlikable. It's too slow-paced for me to really be able to get anything out of it. But the camera techniques, the visual storytelling, like, you learn so much about the Charles Foster Kane simply from how, like, some of the shots are framed. Like, again, there's the beautiful famous scene of, like, the, you know, the mirror, like, two mirrors on either side of a hallway reflecting back on each other just to, you know, blah, 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 blah. There's the whole, like, oh, to get this upward angle, they cut holes in the floor because, you know, that's what they had to do with the bulky cameras and whatnot.
But at
like,
least it is done.
it is true dedication to art, and it is beautiful. But I still can't stand watching that movie because, again, all the aforementioned reasons. However, once again, I can acknowledge the reason why I can't stand watching it is because my appreciation for its art, because I want to be clear. There is nothing, I would argue to an extent, while art is very important and there should absolutely be art in film, the point of film at the end of the day is to entertain you. So in an ideal world, a film should be both artistic and entertaining. So the thing about the Fast and the Furious movies is that they're crap movies because they're only entertaining with no substance beyond that. Whereas something like Citizen Kane is all art, but not broad entertainment value. So I suppose if we kind of look at it in that sense, neither movies are necessarily good because they only succeed at one half of the equation of what film should be, in my humble opinion. I am not the all-deciding, all-dictating arbiter about what film should be. So, yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of just contradicted my entire, you know, thesis statement here. But I don't know. See, that's why I'm of the opinion that in many respects, Lord of the Rings might be the greatest movie, so it might be some of the greatest movies of all time, because they succeed in both being super entertaining and super, you know, artistic and testaments to the craft of filmmaking. You know? Plus, let's also be real. Film, you know, the success and accolades of a film is going to largely depend on the climate of the time it was released in.
We need another artifact.
Like, just case in point, K-pop Demon Hunter. That is probably going to go down, and that, you know, it's taking over the world.
It's working.
But you could argue there's not as much transformative media in it in the strictest of senses, but it's absolutely amazing. I think it's going to be remembered as like one of the best movies of a generation because it knows how to really speak to people nowadays and what a lot of people are going through. It's a movie that just, it makes you feel seen, if you know what I mean. And in this day and age, we really need to be seen. But it is entirely possible that down the road, when systemic issues shift, that simply being seen is not going to be considered enough to be, you know, to warrant, like, people might be like, why was this film, you know, praised so much? It's catchy and all, but I don't know. I don't, for better or for worse, there's no clear-cut answers with a lot of these things, and that's, in many ways, kind of fun. In many ways, it also is kind of sad, because it's like, you want to be able to, you know, categorize things. I mean, lots of people love ranking things as, you know, the best or the worst or whatever, you know? I mean, I think it's kind of part of the reason why, you know, YouTube channels like Watch Mojo did so well for so long, because, you know, people wanted, people like this whole, oh yeah, let's rank everything. Even though it's like, but everything's subjective, so what's the point of doing these ranking videos? Because just because that's what I think, that doesn't mean that word is law or anything like that, you know? Okay, so let's just drop that, since no one but Solus can wear that. Now, let's head to the fort. There's a shop there I can empty my pockets at. And I can grab the last 2 shards up here. Then we can try and find those Quillbore guts. Yeah. Wait, is there no shop here? Is it just... Oh wait, no, the shop's out this way.
Do not smirk at me, recruit. I will stick my boots
What can I do for you?
You want 10 copies for this? Are you mad?
Yeah, then the other one's way out there. Whoops, my bad. I didn't mean to press that button. You know, another game that I have, or games, plural, I guess, in the sense that I really have been also wanting to do for the channel, and now that they're conveniently available digitally, I really should play them, is the Bubsy games. Which, yes, I'm fully aware they're shit. I am very aware of that fact. I am not playing them because I don't want to play them because I actually think they're going to be any good or anything like that. I want to play them because the first Bubsy game was probably the very first game I ever played as a kid. Even if it wasn't the very first game I played as a kid, it was at least like one of the first 2 video games I played as a kid. So I do have a nostalgic connection to Bubsy, even if I only ever played the game once and then never played them again. But still. I mean, because if for no other reason, then it would be interesting to actually try Bubsy 3D, which is on that collection.
This might interest you, sir.
Even though I've heard that supposedly they've actually kind of tweaked the controls in this re-release to make the game play better. Plus, I am genuinely interested in Bubsy 4D when that comes out.
Could prove useful, sir.
I mean, honestly, I had meant to get Bubsy the Woolly Strikes Back when that was new, but quite frankly, I had other things that my
This might interest you, sir.
What is it?
funds were
Useful, sir.
needed for, so I never did get it. And I still haven't gotten it. I know, like, I was going to kickstart Bubsy Paws on Fire, but I didn't have any spare pocket change at the time, so I never ended up actually kickstarting that. Which I'm okay with, because given that that game turned out to be an auto runner, I probably would have been disappointed. Not that I like platformers very much, but I like auto runners even less.
What is it?
You may want to look into this.
Because Mega Man 8 has traumatized me with auto running segments. Like, it's not exactly an auto running segment, it's like the section in Wily's Castle where it's like you have to like
What is it?
surf, you're on like a surfboard or whatever. Okay, I feel like this quest, like this Venatori quest, or it's looping, like it's not actually turning it in or whatnot. Sorry, because I was talking, I wasn't actually initially paying attention to what I was doing.
Word for you.
What is it?
This
I mean, yeah, I'm basically spamming power, but yeah, no, it literally was just looping over and over again. So, we're good. Okay. Quillback. There's some Quillbacks, so hopefully I can get intestines from at least one of these things. know I saw at least one other quillback in that cluster, but I don't know where it ran off to. It's frustrating. That's at least the 4th quillback I've killed. And I've gotten plenty of quillback leather out of this, just no quillback intestines. There's a quillback. Yeah, let's head back to Skyhold just so I can redispatch the war table and then come back to really make sure that the quillbacks respawn, you know? Ugh. Excuse me. If I can't get any quillback guts in this next attempt, well, we can worry about that later. I don't want to spend like an hour just hunting for quill boar guts, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Order. What do the people make?
We've gathered many favors among the nobility.
Let...
Let us begin.
To work?
Hey, why'd I do that? That Colin would take more. Oh, whatever.
what we have.
Oh yeah, I don't need to sit in judgment of that guy we brought back, so let's take care of that too while we're here.
Before you is Service of the Minrathous Circle of Magi. You met him and his Venatori in the Western Approach.
Yeah, we did.
He admits to working for Corypheus, raising monsters, and using magic for conquest. He also used his connections to smuggle magical artifacts out of the Approach, without his master's consent.
You stole from Corypheus. I don't know whether that's stupidly brave or bravely stupid.
I was hired by a third party. I've no loyalty to him. Might you find that useful, Your Worship?
I'm sorry, are you attempting to bargain with us?
Bargain? I plead. I throw myself on your mercy. I also have friends in Tevinter who owe me large debts. Leave what happened in the Approach behind us, Inquisitor, and I can put them all at your disposal.
Leliana will assign agents to you. I expect them to inform me that you've been forthright. If you want redemption, you'll have to earn it.
I can more than pay my keep, Inquisitor. Thank you.
Let me think. I need to talk to anybody? I don't remember if I do or not. I see ghosts. Yeah, Blackwell. I didn't talk to Blackwell. I see ghosts and specters gather around me, chasing the dark. What's up, Solus?
Venon.
We'll talk.
Lost no more.
Yes?
Is there anything I should...
I'd gotten used to mages disliking... Vivienne's views on Templars are surprisingly traditional.
That...
And
Heard you found some. Would have liked to have seen it.
Yeah. Brain. Keep functioning, brain. Like I said, if this doesn't work, like if I don't, I'll just go grab those 2 shards and then we can move on with some. We can just move on. I'll try coming back. Maybe on my own time. Maybe we can try again in a future stream. Just because I do want to kill all the, defeat all the dragons, if for no other reason than to get the dragon teeth and dragon bones, because those are useful crafting materials.
Nothing to report, sir.
Yeah, my poor... So yeah, we have 2 PlayStation 4 controllers. Thank you. And yeah, our original one, our black one, yeah, its battery life is pretty shot. It doesn't maintain a charge for very long anymore. Only about 2-ish hours, and then it starts to die. Silver one still lasts quite a bit longer.
It seems very unlikely that she could be nesting at this time of year. Ah, fellow researcher, how can I help you?
1 tail feather and 1 batch of intestines.
My friend, you are invaluable. I will attempt to the ancient Tevinters wrote volumes on the study of dragons. I believe they had a laboratory in this desert. If only their work had not been lost. Truly, the Blights set the field of draconology back centuries. Deplorable.
I've spotted several dragons.
Most excellent, my friend. I don't suppose you know Andras's mercy. From what I can tell, the dragon has been moving east and will be scouring the wastes next. Naturally, the dragon's hunting ground is full of miscreants. Whiteclaw raided. They've covered the area in traps for Maker only knows reasons. Quite a mess.
Well...
Wait, what? Hmm. Interesting. I see ghosts and specters gather round me. All right, this place. totally forgot. Since I didn't actually really come this way beforehand. I kind of went literally all over the approach, but here. So yeah, glad that I was able to get the guts, otherwise I might have missed this. At least missed it for a while still.
Venatori sought something here. It may be worth finding.
Yeah. Again, well, this grappling hook definitely doesn't solve all of my problems, given the wide number of things that can resist it. It definitely solves my problem of getting overwhelmed by mages, since, for those who don't know, there is sort of a rock, paper, scissors mechanic in Dragon Age. At least in the first 3 games, where like mages are more effective against fighters, fighters are more effective against rogues, and rogues are more effective against mages. It's not like a complete hard rules, I don't think, but yeah. So
Everything's frozen. I don't think this was the Venatori.
Slowing time like this would require great power. It may be what drew them here.
Time-altering magic. Let's hope this proves less trying than Redcliffe.
you know, this kind of reminds me of...
The texts describe a chamber. This must be it.
Oh, when we get to Hyrule Castle in Wind Waker, and like everything is frozen in time, and then there's that whole thing of, oh boy, you know that, you know, restoring time is gonna cause all the moblins and dark knots to move, and then it's like, oh no, I'm going to have my ass eviscerated. But, I mean, honestly, that did end up being a fantastic showcase of Ocarina of Time's improved combat system over like Wind Waker's improved combat system over Ocarina and Majora's Mask. So it is fine. I mean, even then, it's not like it was that revolutionary of a combat system, but just the fact that you could do like the reactions, you know, jump out of the enemy's way, knock their helmets off, etc.
Carrying this stone for a reason.
It bears a distinct pattern.
I see ghosts and specters gather round me.
A keystone, perhaps.
Keep searching. There may be more.
Hey, kid. Back in the last village, that farmer was looking right past you. Why didn't you let him see you?
He didn't need me.
Maybe not, but you could learn something by talking with him.
What would I learn? I can hear when they need me.
You could learn not to scare them so badly that they have to forget you.
I'll try.
Good for you, Cole. Speaking of Wind Waker, I definitely think I'm going to be putting
Is this what they were after?
just because I think it's been plenty of time since Abby did stream Wind Waker. Since that was I think the second game that Abby streamed for herself. That I can put Wind Waker on as a game for edgelord to potentially stream, since it is Zelda. Yeah, I'd say that's good enough. That being said, I think just
time's flowing again.
because of just chronology, Link's Awakening might be the next best one to do for edgelord, even though I don't like Link's Awakening that much. But it does fit. Because I know Zelda changed the timeline. When the timeline was first posted, it went Ages and Seasons, which was the last Zelda games I played as edgelord, and then Link's Awakening, whereas now they've changed it that it goes Link's Awakening, then Ages and Seasons, which is that doesn't make as much sense for a few reasons. Especially since when you get down to it, the fact that when you beat Ages and Seasons, like with the linked data or whatnot, the game ends with Link on a boat sailing away from Liberthian Holodrum. So that, I know that's a tiny little thing and it's a minor detail to like get uptight about, but it does nicely lead into Link's Awakening being, you know, it's like, why was Link out on that boat in the first place? So it's like, well, he literally was on his way home after the previous adventure. And given the fact that when Ages and Seasons came out, it reused a lot of sprites and assets from Link's Awakening, it just kind of works to say that, like, this is meant to be the same Link, you know? Kind of in the same way that, you know, Majora's Mask reused assets from Ocarina of Time and was very much a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time. It works, except prequel. Kind of the same way like Tears of the Kingdom did. Albeit, in its own weird way, Tears of the Kingdom was probably the least creative out of those because it used the same overworld map. Presumably, again, I didn't even get out of the tutorial section of Tears of the Kingdom. I just was so not interested in anything that was happening at the time. Honestly, besides Hyrule Warriors, I haven't liked, like, really liked any Zelda game since Twilight Princess. Yeah, I didn't really play Link Between Worlds. I did give it a shot, I think last year, and I just lost interest. Never really, like, I tried playing Phantom Hourglass, but I do not like how that game controls. And I haven't played Spirit Tracks. I honestly kind of absolutely do not like the story is great, but I do not like Skyward Sword. Like, there's a reason why it took Abby and I streaming it for me to ever, I mean, I didn't even play the game, Abby did, but that was the first time I ever saw the game from start to finish, because once again, I just did not care. I didn't like the way the game played. I didn't like, I can't say I didn't like the way it looked, because it was a nice blending of Wind Waker and Twilight styles. Huh. But, yeah. Right, I need to clear out those traps.
Inquisitor.
Sup, fool?
After more than 30 days, I have yet to observe the...
I found...
What remarkable... Do you perhaps know...
I don't, but the Inquisition might. I'll speak to our specialists. We'll have...
Okay, yeah, just because both Cullen and Josephine, I think both of them were ready to report in, and we need to translate those texts if we're going to actually fight the High Dragon here. Yeah, let's go take care of that. Yeah, these loading screens are bad.
Your worship.
Maybe it was just one of them was right. Oh, wait. Then again, I think I dispatched someone over to the right.
Let's see what we have.
Inquisitor.
Wow, 15 hours. That's long. Well, say at the very least, that's not getting done. Oh, that's not getting done in time for the rest of the stream. Okie dokie. Oh,
Nothing to report,
leveling
sir.
up.
It seems very unlikely that she could be nesting at this time of year.
My people have translated...
Studies on dragon hunting patterns? Now, I need to determine if you've observed anything. Perhaps Gurn with the claw...
Well...
Alright, now we gotta...
What was that?
Sorry. Nothing against you, Frederick. We just need to
Return
go take
whenever
care
you
of the
like.
Venatori
I'm always
traps
glad-
and such. And then we can... I need to grab those last two shards here. Then we can talk about baiting the dragon. Oh, okay, I was about to say, like, wait, I could have sworn there was only one shard left here, but then when it said, like, 18 of, but that's how many shards I need for the next... Now the dragon traps. If I remember correctly, they're in kind of a wide circle. I wouldn't say I destroyed them, I just took the bait off of them. Someone could still step on that. I didn't even notice that. Not 100% sure who these guys are. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing that armor or those robes or whatever. I really wish the traps had like the compass, you know, like flashing yellow or whatever. Here we go. One more, I think. Oh, there it is.
Well, that should get somebody's attention.
Wait, why? Or do you mean like, oh, the White Claws or the... Okay, that's who these people are. Not 100% sure why destroying their traps would get their attention. It's not like we're destroying the traps and then throwing them high up in the air saying, "We got traps, pal!" Also, I seriously do not see a bear trap doing jack all as a high dragon. I'm just saying. Gotta talk to Frederick again. He will raise us sword for the fire, Lord for the king, God for the dragon, God for the
Inquisitor.
Hey, Frederick.
It seems very unlikely that she could be nesting at...
The raiders are note.
I've made note of the appropriate spots. Place this bait, and then... wait. It will be...
I'm off to plant the bait for the...
I cannot wait to hear your observations. You must make...
We'll have to...
Yep.
Whoa!
She's coming.
Baiting a dragon. On purpose. Right. Should have stayed home today.
Dragon number 3. Then I definitely should be done with the western approach. Again, unless I gotta come back here for a later quest, but I don't know if I will or not. Okay. I don't know what makes this specifically like end up missing a high dragon versus just a high dragon. dragon boss fights are definitely from boss fights in the first game, though. I do mean that in a good way. Well, also not. I'm also not trying to put down Dragon Age Origins dragon fights, because they're still pretty epic. High Dragon boss fight was pretty fun, but kind of just felt like a reskin of the High Dragon fights in the first game. I mean, granted, the dragon fights in this game are not original and memorable from each other. They are all pretty samey. Get it? Got it. I love that it's the dragon skull magically appears adjacent to it, and it's like, please loot me. Okay, that was not always here.
Nothing to report, sir.
It seems very unlikely that she could be nesting at this time of year.
The High Dragon attacked me when I...
She attacked? How wonderful! You had a first-hand... I suppose you wouldn't have. No matter. I should very much like to interview you at a later time. I could join your Inquisition. My expertise could be of use, and your scouts...
Certainly.
Always willing to take another agent. I wonder why he doesn't have like a joining ceremony. Okay, that means, again, unless something gets added later, that means the Western approach is done. So we still have to do the Hissing Waste, my least favorite. Yeah, I don't really want to deal with that. Emerald Graves, need to do that. Empress Deloigne. I don't remember that one. Oh. I'm trying to remember if the Empress Deloigne is my favorite area, if it's what I'm thinking of, or if we unlock my favorite area after we do the Grey Warden stuff. I don't remember. Either way, I really don't want to go to the Hissing Waste right now. Combined with the fact that I got more gear that I should probably hand out. There's one other thing I wanted to do. Well, was it War Table? Might have been War Table stuff. Oh yeah, no, perk. I just got another Inquisitor perk. That was it. So I want to get which is at the War Table. So I want to grab that too. Staff. Oh, that's a rogue. I think that's also a rogue. Get rid of that. Now we can get rid of that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah, that's the one we were like waiting on. Yeah, it's way weaker, but it has so many buffs. Oh yeah, and I need to go to the war table to unlock Crestwood. Crestwood's a pretty big place, if I remember correctly, because it's big. It's got several lengthy quests because we gotta drain the dam. There's like a dungeon underground, and there's a big field to explore. Like, there's a lot at Crestwood. I remember it being like one of the bigger areas, all things considered. I don't remember this. Oh, that's what that did. That's how I gain access to over here. Okay. You know, fuck it. We're going here. Let's finish off the Storm Coast before we head to Crestwood. Oh yeah, sorry, I was just going way back to maybe I should play Pokemon Legends ZA or Digimon for the channel or Tales of Xillia remake, but I'm also like, oh yeah, I've also got Tukulele. Not Tukulele. Yuka Replele. Sorry, Tukulele is not a game. Not a real game yet. Hopefully we'll get a Tukulele. And Ukulele in the Impossible Layer doesn't count as Tukulele.
We cannot dispatch for you. What is it? You may want. Inquisitor, I've something for you. What is it? This could. This might interest you, sir. What is? Could.
Alright, there is an end goal. It's not just repeat. Oh, Cole's got a level up point. Wee. And fall. I'm smart. This is smart. I do smart things. Sorry, Bear. I think I stole your prey right about Commander, yeah.
The Red Templars have dug in here.
You don't say. Wasn't even trying to break that red lyrium vein. Area damage took it out.
didn't get to say goodbye.
You all right, kid?
A Templar at Theronful Redoubt. He wanted to make the world safe for his daughter. Then he turned red inside. She doesn't know.
Hey, Alif. Welcome back. Come on. Loot, loot, loot. Loot the rib cages. Okay. Fine. That way. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. There's that hole in the wall that we can go through. There's a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole in the bottom of the sea. Wait a second. I miss. Yeah, we're not. Gotta get them all if we're gonna complete Varric's quest. There's not a more detailed map of the inside of this place. Oh, wait. I think I need the Red Templar key to get into there. So I think I might be able to get that after we storm the Red Templar Keep. Okay, so yeah, we still want to keep pushing forward. Alright. This is fine. Everything is awesome. Was that some red lyrium we just destroyed? I didn't think that we physically destroyed anything right there.
We're near another artifact.
I need that red Templar key to get access over there.
What they might have accomplished had they remained.
Okay, I don't think I got
Still look seaworthy.
the red Templar key. I don't think I got a red Templar key out of that. Let's keep looking around. Yeah. We'll deal with that. Rowboat.
the
Row,
world
row,
from the other
fight the
side.
power.
Far away, but real.
Hello, baby dragon, wyvern, whatever you are. Well, you're a dead dragon now, so I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other.
It's quiet.
I know, it's nice, isn't it? I have the power of God themselves to summon up lava from the depths of the earth. Okay. I'm gonna take on 2 dragons in one stream. Let's do this. Oh, this one's actually a new dragon, not just fill in the blank elder dragon or whatever. Now, if you remember from a previous stream, this is a dragon. This is a dragon that we saw fighting that giant on the shore, back kind of in the main part of the level. Oh my! This one is. This one might be out of my league. Hindsight, maybe I should have dropped Cole and had another mage, fighter with me for this fight. Solus. Can't have him going down. Magic. There's only the magic period, but what matters for the situation at hand is its healing. Come on, I'm the fighter. I'm what need shit the brains. Take my flames. Why can't I move? Why can't I move? useless. Oh, I mean, if we can, it's right. That was bad. Alright, this dragon's out of our league at the moment. I'll have to do that later. Please tell me the game didn't just freeze. There we go. Alright. Yeah. Time to fly away, far away, until we see the light of day. Hey, Harden.
Good to see you safe, Inquisitor. We've got trouble ahead.
If you're on edge, I should alert the entire Inquisition.
Or increase my hazard pay. That's an option.
Yeah, fair
Are
enough.
things that bad?
Crestwood was the site of a flood 10 years ago during the Blight. It's not the only rift in the area, but after it appeared, corpses started walking out of the lake. You'll have to fight through them to get to the cave where Sir Hawk's Grey Warden friend is hiding.
Have any undead attacked the camp?
We've had a few shamblers, but most head toward the village below. Maybe someone in Crestwood can tell you how to get to the rift in the lake. Maker knows they'll want help. Good luck. And please be safe.
Inquisitor, I've something for you.
What is it?
You may...
I know this map is deceptive in size, but it's a decent size map. Just it doesn't outright look it per se. Alright, let's get this filled in.
A way to get to the rift in the lake.
Maybe the locals will lend us a boat.
Okay, what's with the frame rate, game? You're starting to worry me a tad. I'm going to reload and see if that fixes that lag issue. Because I've never had, like, consistent issues with that in this particular area, so I don't think it's just general frame rate chugging. I think it might have just been I was been playing for so long that the game is having a fit or something like that. Oh, there we go. Hello.
Did you see how the Grey Wardens saved me from those corpses? I'm going to see if they're looking for recruits.
I can understand how someone might want to join the Warden.
Oh, Baker. But yes, the Wardens are here. With all that's happening, I'd like to help people the same way.
Wardens will do anything to stop the blood. There is much to admire in that commitment, but much to be wary of as well.
Listen to him. Joining the Wardens isn't the best idea right now.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm sure there's something else I can...
Oh, nice. So, I got an agent out of it. I'm sorry for screwing over the Grey Wardens. Again, once we learn more about Solus in the next game, because I always wondered, like, what's Solus's beef with the Grey Wardens? Because it's like, if it wasn't for them, the land would have been overrun by the Blight several times over. But when we actually learn more about Solus in the next game and more about the Blight in the next game, it's like, oh, I understand what the problem is. Not that I feel his general resentment is justified. Well, I mean, it kind of is. But it's kind of not... It's complicated. It's nuanced, and that's why I like it. Again, odd. More frame rate dropping. What is it about, like, here specifically? I've never really had this issue before. Nice. One kick kill. Then again, given the fact that technically the game is probably set up that it wanted you to come here immediately, or at least you could come here immediately narratively after the Haven stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be very over-leveled for most everything I got to deal with here, you know?
Sees him ready to...
Why doesn't Judith live in the village while this is going on? Make her, if something happens.
Are you looking for someone named Judith?
Oh, was I speaking out loud? Judith lives outside the village. I asked her to hide here when the undead came, but she wouldn't hear it.
Why wouldn't she?
Likes her space, I told Judith my house was big enough. Me and the boy could sleep in the barn if she wanted. She turned me down.
Good day to you.
And to you.
I don't know. Given what Harding told us that the corpses like beeline to the village, maybe living outside the village is actually a much safer option. Just saying.
Find your own shelter. Go away.
Not a merchant, are you? We haven't seen one in months.
Inquisitor? Oh, Mayor Dedrick of Crestwood Village. At your service, despite... Are you...
We should. We could. Everyone here is so scared.
The undead are appearing because of a rift in the...
The light in the lake? Darkspawn flooded it 10 years ago during the Blight. Wiped out the village, killing the refugees we took.
I saw a dam.
If we use it to drain the lake, I can...
Drain the... You'd have to evict the bandits in the old fort to use the dam. I can't ask you to risk your life.
Crestwood can't last much longer.
I suppose it must come to... This key unlocks the gate to the dam controls past the fort. The rift must be in the caves under old... But, Inquisitor, I would not linger there.
Tell me about your village.
It's seen happier days. We farm what we can, trade with the merchants who travel the King's Road. We only want peace, your worship. It's all we...
Until then.
Of course.
Inquisitor. Does the mayor finally plan to drain the lake? I must find someone to retrieve the remains of those lost there.
You want?
They were the Maker's children. A funeral service will...
Until...
Logging stand. Yeah, I just need one more logging stand. I can get a better courtyard at least. Maybe I want to do that. Okay, for whatever reason,
The mayor talked about.
the
They're frightened
the stream just really
Trapped
hates
by the
the
walls
frame
that
rate just
protect
really
them.
hates Crestwood, I guess. Where'd Solus go?
Solus, I really think your AI has been breaking this entire stream. Lame. I was hoping that was like, I found a back door into the keep or whatever, but no, ruin my fun, why don't you? Rain on my parade. Shit for brains. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that I still had potions, because I'm like, wait, am I still missing all my potions, or because we died, did that no longer count as using them, if you know what I mean? Yeah, just wanted to check that. Yeah, I'm just that buff. What's that? Frame rate is, I'm gonna call the stream soon anyway. It's doing this. I've never, ever had frame rate issues with this game. Guess it's kind of like just the damn curse of like what happened when I streamed Mass Effect Andromeda those years ago, where it's like I was fortunate enough that I never had to deal with, you know, all the glitch. Like whenever I played Andromeda, I didn't actually deal with any of those game-breaking glitches that everyone was talking about online, but then as soon as I streamed them, I started getting, well, they weren't game-breaking, they were graphical, but you get what I'm saying. It's the curse of a game can function perfectly, then the minute you stream it, record it, whatever, that's when the game starts breaking, and that's when you're like, because again, you can remember, like one of my mission statements behind playing Mass Effect Andromeda for the channel was I wanted to show it some love from someone who really liked the game, to show that it wasn't as broken as everyone said it was, only for it, at least to be like, I've never experienced this problem, and then I experienced some of the problems. Now, again, I did not experience any of the major game-breaking glitches, thankfully. Every glitch that I experienced was graphical and it was basically just mostly graphical glitches. I didn't, like, none of the quests broke on me or anything like that, but that doesn't
change the fact that I still experience a plethora of glitches when I streamed it a few years ago. And you know, what I find funny is, like, with the whole lamenting over BioWare, you know, dipping in quality as a company and never not being the good company of old. To this day, out of every game that I have ever streamed or ever played on this channel, with the exception of technically Donkey Kong 64, because I just was like, I can't keep doing this. The gameplay was just too frustrating, and the mere thought of having to do like boss fights with the janky controls, I just wanted to cry. So with the exception of that, and I do think it is related, the only game I have ever quit because of glitches, because it's like I cannot finish this game, was Knights of the Old Republic, which was a game made by BioWare. Now, to be fair, it's possible, because I was playing Knights of the Old Republic digitally on my Switch. It could be very similarly to how like all the ports of Tales of Symphonia have always had performance issues, that KOTOR similarly has had issues with its code when it's been ported to other digital stores and whatnot. So it is possible that if I had, because I did, when the first time I ever experienced KOTOR, it was, I have it somewhere. I have a physical copy of Knights of the Old Republic for the original Xbox, and I played it on my 360. Well, while it worked, sort of, it had massive lag issues and frame rate issues. Like, randomly, during combat, the game's frame rate would drop to, like, 1 every 2 seconds. So, like, literally the game was, like, skipping. And because of that, I actually, eventually, I wasn't able to beat the game because of this frame rate drop. Because, especially during, like, the final fight, the game would basically freeze, and then when it would come back to life, I would be dead from just getting dogpiled by enemies. But, so I never beat it at the time. I did eventually beat it when I got on the PC. And thankfully, while I was able to beat it and I didn't have those frame rate problems, the game was still kind of broken. Like, I didn't have the quests on Korriban that is what caused me to, you know, just throw down my controller and give up, at least for the live stream, but I wasn't able to finish Mission's quest because her brother glitched out of existence, which was a glitch that we experienced when I live streamed KOTOR as well. So that wasn't an issue I had when I played like the disc, like the original Xbox version, but still, that's clearly a known issue in the game. But I digress. Yeah, once I can, I'm gonna save and I'm probably gonna head back to Skyhold just so I can, you know, redispatch the war table stuff, but then I'm probably calling the stream.
Good.
Let's talk to you first.
They won't hurt the villagers anymore.
Welcome, Inquisitor. I'll have some information for you once my man Butcher finds us. He's running. When's the spot? Half hour ago. Butcher's last message swore he had secrets for us worth 10 times his weight in gold. We like for what they're paid. So, what's happened? The roads are nearly deserted. Too many. The roads are nearly deserted.
But yeah, like this fort in particular would eventually lead to problems for the Inquisition and the Trespasser DLC. Specifically, one of the plots about the Trespasser DLC is basically the Inquisition is, if I put a word, kind of on review by both Orlais and Ferelden. And
what the nobility in Ferelden is arguing, that because, yes, while the Inquisition doesn't work for the Chantry, because one of your 3 companions can become the Divine, they're like, okay, the Divine is in Orlais, and you have close ties to the royalty in Orlais, and all this other stuff, and blah, 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 yada, 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 etc., etc., etc. Ah, son of a bitch. Okay, I'm going to reload the game and make sure I didn't lose anything. Just because I need to make sure I need to make sure I didn't lose too much. But then we will be ending the stream. What was the word? What was the word I was looking for? They're like, the Inquisition occupied, you know, forts in Ferelden territory that they just claimed, and now, given their close ties to Orlais, and as well as the shaky relationship between Orlais and Ferelden, like, we do not like having a, you know, governing power that has such close ties to Orlais having military bases on Ferelden soil. They make the arguments like, yeah, we needed to occupy these forts in order to save the world and close the breach. Like, yes, but the breach is now closed. So we need you to get out. Okay. So I didn't really lose too much.
Welcome, Inquisitor. I'll have some information for you once my man Butcher's last message. For what the roads are nearly...
Okay, cool. Cool.
Inquisitor?
Sup, bitches?
Yes?
At your order.
What do the...
There's scarcely a noble house that hasn't...
Let's...
Okay, again, I think all of the 3 of them have dispatched, and they had like several hour-long war table assignments, but let's double check before we pack it in for the day. Yep, they're all dispatched. Cool. All right, time to call it a day. All right, so Abby will probably stream like normal this week. I don't know if she'll do a few streams or just go back to just streaming on Wednesday. We'll see. Kind of just depends on what she's in the mood for / what she has time for. There will be that special edgelord stream Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So I hope to see you guys there. That's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, otherwise, we should be streaming Friday night more Persona 3 as long as nothing comes up. If something does come up, we will try to stream on another evening like we did this last week. And then, yeah, next week, and just I'll be doing more Inquisition in the morning on both Saturday and Sunday. Because, again, this is a long one, so might as well get through it, you know. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure when, but I'll see you guys then. Have a good rest of your day.